here we go. It is super dark in here. Let me quickly change that. Can we change that? Yes. Aha, much better. There we go. Welcome in, everyone. It is a fine Monday. It is June, not even May, June 16th. And I'm happy to welcome all of you in the living room once again to a full week of streaming. Fingers crossed. Welcome in, Rob. Welcome in, Silver and Schnulf. Both of you, thank you so much. Starting the stream off with some support. Thanks for the 31 months and 41 months. Both of you, thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. And Marlis, good afternoon to you. Today is a coffee kind of day. So for the first time in a while, we're not lying with the title when I say coffee wipes. Normally I'm drinking tea. Do you think that's already a reason to get banned? Maybe that's our first strike. Misleading title. How was your weekend, folks? And how was your last week? We didn't stream a lot. There was much to do and a lot happening in my life. So I needed the energy elsewhere. And as always, I'm very grateful for you guys understanding. Silver says, no, today's tea day. In your case, well, speak for yourself, Silver. Because I've caught a summer cold. Oh no. Oh no, you've been sick quite often lately, aren't you? Or is that just me remembering like the 3 times in the last 3 years? Which wouldn't be surprising with, you know, all the stress in your job and everything. Alright, let's do a quick checkup with the cameras if everything works. This one works now, this one works now. This one works now. This I didn't want, but at least it works as well. Alright, I think we're good. Let me do one thing though. Let me put that lamp over there. Maybe a bit too bright though. Alright, here we go. Here we go. As the Joker famously said. Well, you know, I had the back pain at Eastern. And I was just busy working night shift, so maybe the cold just caught up with me, I see. Eventually, they always do, right? The body gets its resting time no matter what. Well, get better soon, Silver. And I'm sure the tea will help, at least. Marlos asks, requests day. So, yeah, let me talk a bit about organization today. We're doing the same as every Monday lately. So first hour until 3 p.m. will be me warming up, especially since I haven't played the piano much last week. I've been more concentrating on the composition work. And in hour 2 and 3 though, we'll do requests. So if you bring a little bit of time with you, Marlis, you can surely request something a bit later. Alright, let's start the same way we always do on a Monday, in case I don't forget. And that is with Ludovico Einaudi and Monday. After that, I don't think I have put anything in the song list yet. So we'll make it up as we go. Originally, I wanted to plan my playlist for the first hour. But you know, life gets in the way quite often lately. God, there's the next email. So yeah, if in case I have to answer like phone calls in the next few weeks or next 1 or 2 weeks, then I already apologize in advance. It's that time of the year again where stuff is happening. But I'm quite happy about what's waiting at the end of all this. Marlis, thanks also for the 3 months in total. In your case, I appreciate the support. Thank you so much. Alright, but now without further ado, let's do Monday. Thank you guys for listening. Thanks for being here. Thanks for, you know, slowly filling the living room with good vibes today. Appreciate you guys being here. It is real rising. Welcome in. And welcome in, Michelle. So that was our first piece today, which was Ludovico Einaudi's Monday. Thank you so much, Vivan, for the follow. Welcome in. Good to have you with us and good to see you in chat as well. To answer your question, since Turka, welcome in by the way, and Lord Brazel, greetings to you, have helped you out already a bit. We do have a song list. However, as you can see, in the first hour of my stream, we usually have it closed so I can warm up with some choices of my own. If you do bring a little bit of time with you and you enjoy what you're hearing so far, we'll be opening the song list in about 45 minutes, and then we'll leave it open for 2 hours. I'd love to play a song for you though, once we get there. However, for now, it is mostly warming up time. What if my song is not in the list? Oh, in that case, well, there's a good chance it is on that list by now, just because of the sheer size of it. That's what she said. But if it's not on the list, it would be a live learn. Live learns here are usually triggered by either a live learn raffle that you can get for channel points, or you can get one for 15,000 channel points. So both of those are kind of behind a certain paywall, but a paywall that you can get by just being here with us, right? So yeah, and sometimes I do live learn raffles myself in case I want to. Yeah, I know, Rising. We had some thoughts how to do that, but I can't do like super many per stream, right? And we also didn't want them to be, you know, just there for people with money to be rewarded. So that's why it's kind of time intensive to get there. But if you do enjoy the stream, you know, if you're hanging out with us, we're here 3 times a week at the moment, sometimes 5 times. So you get those points fairly easily in case you're really interested in hanging out with us and become a part of this community. Anyway, well, it does cost, yes, but it does cost time, you know. All right, how do we continue? What's a good song to warm up? I think I'm feeling a bit anime, old school anime though. So I hope you enjoy this next piece. It's called Butterfly, by Wada Koji. Oh yeah, Turka, thanks for letting me know. I always forget that, but yes, Vyman, you can also join our Discord in case you want to. We do have a room there where people can post YouTube videos or songs that they want me to cover, and I occasionally have a look in there, but it doesn't guarantee me, you know, immediately playing the song, so yeah. So that was a piece called Butterfly by Wada Koji. Most people will know it as the intro to the first Digimon Adventure series. I guess that's very much 90s and early 2000s, which by now is a quarter century ago, which makes me feel old. Thanks so much, Silver and Lord Brazor, for the kind claps. Appreciate that. That reminds me of a piece I haven't played yet on stream, but that I wanted to see if that's a thing. Let me see. Of course, MuseScore is basically down again. No. I hope you guys enjoy me just watching a screen. I'll get there. How is there so much sheet music? What was the title of it though? It went a little bit like this. I don't know. I'm interested in seeing if any of you can guess where this is from or find out. Played like that, it really doesn't do much. What I was looking for. Sounds nice though as well. Sounds so familiar, but I can't name it. Well, that's good to know. God damn it. I can't believe that like there's so much. It's from a show, obviously, right? It's also an anime. With several seasons, and there's so much. I mean, there's games as well, right? And stuff. But just like the basic theme, whew, that one seems to be. All right, this is work in progress, but not for piano. Let's see if we can do something with it though. Let's switch over here. Choo choo. Oh god, no. This is like alto sax. This is terrible to read. How about this here? This can't be right. Kinda. Getting somewhere. Hey, welcome, Giver, and thank you, Lord Brazel, your kind soul, for the 144 bits. I do appreciate that. Can't believe there's no like free sheet music for this. Do we have to pay for everything these days? The answer is probably yes. Also, my keyboard is not working anymore. I think. Is it though? Ah, there we go. Let's see. Nope. Second season, maybe? Nope. It's too bad. Too bad. We have to lifeline it ourselves, it seems. Well, that's it, more or less, I think. Part in between is, I think, not doing much. Anyways, that was the intro to a show I stumbled upon again. It's the Duel Monsters theme from, like, Yu-Gi-Oh! I have to say, like, the intro doesn't do much, but this part is kind of nice. Alright, let's move away from the intros. Play some actual other stuff. Let's continue with a piece by Gibran Alcocer. Let's see, we find sheet music for idea 25. Yes. Let's do that one. I think we've done 10 extensively, and god damn it. Why? There we go. Just took some time to load, it seems. Alright, I hope you enjoy, folks. Oh, definitely, Michelle. I mean, in the end, it's just like 4 chords on a very a very simple melody. So especially when it's not played with the same instruments as the original, it might also represent something similar that you know. of course, the last page didn't load randomly. There we go. So that was kind of a live then. Idea 25 by Ludovic Canari, by Gibran Alcocer. We did play idea 10 and idea... Which ones do we have on the song list? I forgot. The other two. 10 and 1? 10 and 22. We played 10 and 22. This was 25. This guy has a lot of ideas. I'm kind of jealous. Let's have a look in chat and see who's joined us in the meantime. Rob This Music is here. Welcome in, a fellow pianist. Wonderful, wonderful streamer. Please do check him out in case he did get a shout out. He's self-taught and also a huge fan of ESC. Yeah, plays a lot of varied music as well. So please do check him out. And Fluteberry is music. Welcome in chat as well. Yes, I do remember. Actually, you've, let me guess, played the flute. I mean, doesn't really sound like I actually remember, but I do remember. Thanks for coming back. It's good to see you guys. Fluteberry's also streaming here on Twitch. Are you, do you have a regular schedule at the moment? I have to admit I don't know that, Fluteberries. But let us know. And Michelle, yeah, I do agree. It's very relaxing. It's these kind of very minimalistic stuff. I did find a lot of, I listened to a lot of piano music like that lately, and I barely find any sheet music because a lot of these kind of composers who make music like that, in case they're not called Jan Tierson or Ludovic Einaudi, are not known too well, I guess, and it's really difficult to find sheet music for that. So maybe we need to just play some stuff by ear these days. Hindemith, welcome back. Much love to you. Thanks for saying hi. Felicia says, I just came out of surgery about a month ago. I'm sorry to hear that you had to go through something like that. But I hope your recovery will be soon and yeah, is well on its way already. In case you say, get back to streaming soon, that sounds like it's going good. I'm glad to hear that. Get better soon. Also, Rob, thank you so much for the 58 months. Holy crap. That's almost 5 years. It's crazy. It's crazy, these numbers. Dun, dun, ba-dum, bum, ba-dum, bum. Let me see. Maybe I can pull up some other music by Gibran Alcocer. Let's see if he has more ideas than just those that we played. We played 22 and 10. Now here's idea number 1. But idea number 1 is in a terrible key to play. So let's skip that. This one looks interesting. There's an idea number 7. Let's have a look at that. Ba-da-ba. Whoop. All right, let's have a look. This is one of my favorite keys, C minor, so. Well, a lot of the music by Gibran Alcocer, a lot of these ideas at least, seem to revolve around a lot of similar ideas. So what we can see here, if you listen to this, to idea 10, we can play 10 and 22 as well. So you can compare after I said this, but it's almost always a 3/4, right? It's always this kind of waltz-like rhythm. Right? The chord structure is often very similar, and he has a real knack for writing melodies in a certain way. So I don't know how to better say this, but instead of like going, for example, right, very strict, he always does the same pattern of like, so basically with that rhythm in the left hand, with that waltz-like rhythm, he always goes like a half note, then carries over in the next chord, and then on the next, so like, it's so difficult to explain. So same, and then basically he plays a 3/4 in the left hand, but the melody is always played in half notes, which kind of makes them carry over and creates some kind of polyrhythm, basically. Just not in one singular bar, but like over the course of 2 bars, right? Because 2 bars of 3/4 is 6/4, and 6/4, you know, is 2 and 3 multiplied, which is where a polyrhythm meets again. Does that make any sense? So if we play like a 3/4 in the left hand and only play half notes here, after 6 beats basically, the melody and the bass note from this 3/4 comes together again. And he does that all the time. He plays around with that a lot. And that creates kind of like these fluent melodies over that very strict left hand. And I feel like these ideas all revolve around this idea. He had this idea to write music, and then everything else came after that. Let's listen to another one by him, and let's see if you guys can actually, or if you can listen to it and know what I mean with that. if it carries over here as well. Loki, thank you so much for the 28 months and welcome in chat. It's good to see you. Thanks for joining us again. And Chris is here as well. Hello there. We also have about 8 minutes until there's another ad break, I think. As always, these ad breaks don't happen to piss you off or to make me 2 cents more per month. This happens so we can keep the stream ad-free with pre-roll ads for anyone else joining. Thanks so much for understanding. Thanks for taking one for the team. However, we have a few minutes left, so I'm going to play idea 22. We can see if we can find that polyrhythmic structure that I just mentioned here as well. It's a bit more hidden, but it happens as well. He does change a lot. Like, he plays a lot around with that, like fluent rhythms and these very strict 3/4s. And after that, there's the short ad break, and then we'll continue with your requests. So, in case you are still here vibing, and of course, anyone else who wants to request a song, feel free to check out the song list already. Mark a song in your head for requesting later, and as soon as it says over here, as soon as it says the song list is open, you guys can start requesting away. Well, I have to admit, what I just said didn't apply a lot to this particular piece. Let's see if idea 10 is a bit better in that regard. Still, I think we still have time for that, so. So here we go. Those were a few ideas by Gibran Alcocer. We ended with idea 10. Before that was 22, 29. I don't know which ones we played anymore. The first 2 or 3 we played by sheet. The other ones we have on the song list as well. And that probably leaves us, yes, right before the ad break, in about 15 seconds. Again, thanks for getting through that. You won't miss any music, but we will open the song list, so feel free to check out the link we posted in chat recently and throw in your requests. They will appear here on stream on this list, and we'll play through 8 songs in total before we close the song list temporarily, just so I can make sure to play all of your requests and not, miss out on any of the last few ones. So even if you have to wait a little bit, know that we will play your songs. Alrighty. So it's time for a little bit of chatting, I guess, until folks come back from the ad break. How was everyone's weekend? We had a few people joining since the last time we did kind of a check-in an hour ago. So feel free to share a bit. Let me know. It was a turbulent weekend after all, with a lot happening. Some good, some things that filled me with dread reading it, I'll be honest, and it definitely had an impact on my mood this weekend and this last week, but also some things that filled me with hope, especially looking over to the US and the No Kings protests. That was beautiful to see, how many people came together peacefully, especially compared to other events that happened at the same time. And other than that, personally, the flat business continued. So there's still a lot to do there, mostly to find someone to move into my flat, But I hope at the end of this week everything will be cleared, everything will be settled, and that will give me a bit more time and a bit more concrete stuff to plan with, That's what I hate most. Don't know how you guys operate, but it's not even things happening in the future, or things that are kind of bothersome to do, but it's mostly like the uncertainty, like knowing that I don't know yet if there might be stress in a week or there won't, and you don't really have any control over it. That's the worst. You can't even be like, all right, I'll do some stuff now and that will help me in a week. Nope. But we'll see. Welcome in, Chit. Oh, one thing that I might want to add. Welcome back, everyone, who endured the ad break. Thank you so much for taking one for the team and allowing everyone to join now in the coming hour without any pre-roll ads. Thank you. One thing that I might add, today is Piano Monday, as each Monday is, which means in case you're requesting something today and you're expecting me or you hope for me to not only play this on piano but also sing, please refer your request to Wednesday, Amadeus, because on Wednesday we're also singing, rapping and everything else. Today we're playing all these pieces as piano instrumentals. Our first request that came in that way, and only request so far, so folks, get over there and find something you'd like to listen to, is Daylight by David Kushner. A song that I think the first time we did it, more or less, I think we, I sang this one, right? So this will, I think, be the first time we do it as an instrumental. hate it and I love it at the same time. Or I love it and I hate it at the same time. Yeah, I think it was that way around. Daylight by David Kushner. Marlis, this was your request and the first time you heard it as a piano instrumental, so I hope you enjoyed it at least as much as the sung version. It is, though, a song that I really enjoy singing as well. For some reason, it's got a nice melody line. Same can be said, by the way, about our next song, Nine Crimes. It is a Damien Rice song. And Damien Rice, at least, I wouldn't say he's known for, because I don't know what he's known for. I only listened to 2 albums. But he's a singer-songwriter and has some beautiful songs, very lyrical. However, also, as you can hear, even without the lyrics, something worth listening to. At least I hope you think so. See you Thursday for the sang version. Wednesday it is, Mollis. But yeah, of course. Nine Crimes by Damien Rice. Thank you so much, Rob, for requesting that song. Also, Tebatu Sasula, welcome in chat. A long time. It's been a long time since I've stumbled over your name, quite literally, you know, vocally. Michelle, you have a wonderful, wonderful rest of your day. Thank you so much for hanging out with us today, and you know, all the best to you. We are now moving to some music from a video game, talking about Final Fantasy VII here with Aerith's theme. So that was Aerith's theme from Final Fantasy VII. Currently, there aren't any songs in the song list. So if you'd like to request a song, now is the time. Please feel free to. As long as there is nothing in there to play, we will play another piece from Final Fantasy in the meantime. This one being To Zana Kant. And Call Me Rook, hey, welcome in chat. Thanks so much, Hindemith, for still being here. Appreciate you guys. So here we are again. After playing a few songs in a row, we had Schnulf requesting a medley consisting of different themes and melodies from the Lord of the Rings trilogy, composed by Howard Shaw, arranged by me. Then we had Cyber Puppet coming in, probably gone already, but thrown in Dr. Dre, or Still Dre by Dr. Dre. And Marlis, of course, with the Interstellar theme. No matter if it gets requested automatically or not, you're still on it. I like it. That's dedication. I hope you enjoyed those, folks. And again, the song list is still open and yet again empty, which means whatever request you bring to the table will be played immediately. Now's the best time to request something. Let me take the time as well, since someone mentioned Lifelines earlier, to say thanks. We also are slowly creeping towards our first goal, 5 goals for the music videos for Drift and the new EP, in case we hit all 5 goals. Thank you so much, everyone who contributed to that. Short reminder that as well, in case we hit a full 10% here, so at 70, 80, 90, etc., we'll also do a Lifeline raffle for you guys. But just because the song list is empty doesn't mean you have to sit in silence, doesn't mean you won't get anything to listen to, so let me do a few short, simple pieces that I really like. Starting with the main theme to Disney Pixar's Up. Thank you guys for being here. Thanks for being you. Ooh, no reverb anymore. Thanks for being here. Thanks for being you. And hope you enjoy what you're hearing next. So that was the theme to Disney's or Pixar's Up. I will now head into a very, very short break, just because I'm not sure if I heard something fall outside or something. I want to check for that. I'll also get maybe some more coffee. And then we'll be back with our next request. So Untold Wanderer, thank you so much for choosing a song. You went for The Line by 21 Pilots from Arcane Season 2, and I'd be happy to play this one as soon as I'm back. Thanks for understanding that I take a short break here, and we'll be right back after that. So I guess in 5, 6, 7 minutes, something like that. Thank you so much for listening so far. Thanks for being here. During the break, you will, of course, hear some of my music from my albums Apart, Away, and Adrift. So in case you're interested in those and you enjoy listening to them, feel free to check them out with the commands that are shown on screen. Thank you so much to my mods. Turka, thanks for being here today and helping out in the background. Rob is also here. Thanks for listening. Thanks for helping. And we'll see each other in a bit. Where's my break button? Nope, not my break button. All right, folks. We are back after the break. Thank you so much for your patience, as always. And I also have more coffee. That's the shit. All right. So, our first request after this break comes from Untold Wanderer, the line from Arcane Season 2 by 21 Pilots. He says, haven't seen Season 2 yet, so I have no idea when this is played in the series. Well, good thing we play an instrumental then, because I think the lyrics, if you think about it too much, could also spoil a bit of the plot. Anyways, nonetheless, this song works perfectly well even without the show, so hope you enjoy. So that was The Line by 21 Pilots. And I hope not too much of the song was cut off for some people by the ad break. Let's linger here for a while, have a quick chat, and then continue as soon as the ad break is over. How is everyone's day going so far? Did you have a good start to this week? Or do you wish it was over already? Sometimes it do be like one of those things. Maybe to share a bit what I was up to on the weekend next to the organization of, my upcoming move next month. That, again, stuff with my landlord was like not well communicated. So at the moment I'm still like in the how do you say? I'm a bit clueless. Let's put it like that when it comes to one or two details that I thought we had cleared. But yeah, that happened. And also I had a little bit of a creative outburst over the weekend. So as some of you know, I'm working currently on a bigger project that will span a few months, if not years, that I haven't been talking a lot about lately, or in general, as to, terms of secrecy. But I can say that much. It does involve some composing, some scoring, and I'm quite happy with some progress we made together actually over the weekend. Who knows? Maybe I can at least share some demo tracks, etc. at some point during the process, but it's probably going to be a bit until we get there. But yeah, all this changed or helped me a lot to get into the workflow again, because I haven't been scoring / composing for multiple instruments in a while. My last bigger project like that, where I was orchestrating for a whole orchestra, was or is already like 3 years back, for an audiobook back then. And I had some difficulties getting back into it, because even though the composing itself is not like gone all of a sudden, the workflow is, and having a good workflow is so imperative, at least to me. I don't know how it is for you guys, to get started, like to sit down and actually do something. Because if I have some ideas and then I feel like, but before I can actually scribble them down, I have to learn how to do this again, and I have to learn how to do that again. And then you don't do it at all, So up to now, there was a lot of theoretical work, and on the weekend, I finally got into that again. So yeah, we're making some progress on a few ends, actually, here in the living room, with the sheet music, with that project. I have another wedding coming up in July where I'm playing, where they specifically requested the Elder Scrolls soundtrack to be played, which I already love. Supposedly, they said, quote unquote, the whole wedding is full of nerds and geeks. So I'm really looking forward to that, actually. So yeah, but yeah, to talk a bit about what's been up with me lately, next to some other personal stuff, So yeah, that all led to last week's cancellations again of streams, right? We hate the word. Until Wanderer says, just lurking at work. Well, how is work lately? You getting by, or? Because a lot of people, I think, lately are starting to complain about work, even more than usual, I feel like. The economy is having a strain on a lot of people at the moment. All right, Also, after this short excursus, welcome back everyone who has been lurking due to the ad break. Thank you again so much for taking one for the team and allowing anyone in the next hour to join without getting pre-roll ads and immediately joining us here in the living room. Thank you so much. Catitude, long time no see. Good morning to you. Good morning to you. We have just the right track for you in case you're waking up at the moment, Catitude. To do so, our next piece is called Nuvole Bianche, another Ludovico Einaudi song. And in case you want to request something much Catitude, please feel free to after this song. The song list is empty at the moment. And this little song was called Nuvole Bianche by Ludovico Einaudi. Welcome in, Matap. You ask, can you play a song by listening to it? Yes, I can. However, this is called a live learn over here, in case it is not on the song list. And that one we do either for a channel point request, which you have to hang out with us for a bit to get there, or if we hit any 2% of this sub goal, we'll do a live learn raffle as well. However, thanks for your interest in my music. Thanks for your interest in me covering a song. Maybe you do find a song on the song list already that we have on there. And yeah, I'd love to play a song for you. Your request will end up here on the queue. And as you can see, there is only 2 more songs to be played. So in case you are interested in requesting a song, will appear right below those. We have the Jurassic Park theme upcoming for Schnulf, and after that, Catatu wants to hear Little Girl Viva la Gloria by Green Day. Noise. A song that involves a lot of jumping with the left hand. Not looking forward to that. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. No worries, Catitude. No worries. Gotta practice that stuff as well, right? Can't always be just playing things that I'm able to play, right? Where would the progress come from? Nowhere. So that was the Jurassic Park theme composed by the legendary John Williams. Mariana Minecraft, or Mary Jane Minecraft, MJ. Let's call you MJ. Welcome in. How's it going? Nice of you to join us. How is it going? And everyone else, thanks for vibing along with this one. Let's see. Next up we have Little Girl, Viva la Gloria, a Green Day song. That is very much if you understand what I mean. Forgot the intro though. The intro is so beautiful. That's what I mean when I say you have to jump a lot in this piece. Which makes this very much one of the pieces that, compared to others, you have to practice a bit more. No matter how easy the melody might be, and how easy it might be, or how simple it might be compared to more complicated or complex songs, just to have to look at both hands that do the jumping, right? Is something where normally you would switch back and forth and rely on muscle memory for the rest. Muscle memory that I don't have if I don't play the song often enough. I hope you still enjoyed it. It's definitely one of the lesser well-known songs, I guess, by Green Day. So yeah, Kadijit, I'm glad you liked it. Reminds me of a Chemical Romance song. Interesting. Which one? Not that I know any My Chemical Romance songs, but... And Gonthorian, thanks for joining us. Thanks for also requesting a song. You keep this rolling. I like it. With Iron. I don't know when the last time was where we played this as a piano cover, if we ever did it. So I'm quite curious myself where this goes. Then also MJ, Mary Jane Mancraft, thank you so much for the follow as well. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it. Oh, by the way, Tibatu Sasula, thanks for finding that song. I have to listen to it later and see where it's similar. Merry Monday to you, Stallion Man. How was your weekend? Very right, Tibatu Sasula. That was System of a Down with Lonely Day. And now that you say it, I think Black Parade was requested as a lifeline some time ago. I think that one we played. Right? That was the thing like... There we go. That was the Welcome to the Black Parade. It's called, right? Beautiful song, though. I can see how this is something that's stuck in your head over the years. We all have these songs as well from bands that we don't really actively listen to anymore, but once we hear that one song from that band, it just, you know, zooms you back in time. What are those songs for you? I wonder. Like, for me, one of those will always be the following. So that was, of course, Bring Me to Life by Evanescence. I'm currently looking into question which song that was, but I don't think we've played this one before. But who knows? Let's see. What? Oh god, it's that one. Right. It's a 9/16. What the fuck? Whew. Wait, how do you do this? This is such a weird. Can I get a 9/16, please? Nope. That's such a weird rhythm. Wait, 9/16. Can we do a 9/8 and then just speed up probably? Okay, so it's basically a 4/4 or an 8/8, but with an additional one, which makes it super weird because you have to play it fast. Oh, Jesus. Oh, Jesus. Ooh. Well, This needs more practicing. It's super weird to play 9 over 16. That goes into 4 over 4, I think, in between there. Into a 3 over 4. It's so weird. And of course, I missed a beautiful raid from a beautiful streamer and a beautiful person. Welcome in, Gary. The penguin party is joining the zebra gang. It's so good to see you. How are you doing, guys? Gary Lucas Music is a wonderful streamer from the UK who, well, how would you describe your style? I wouldn't necessarily say singer-songwriter. It's like singer-songwriter mixed in with some... Is it singer... I'm lost with genres, but you catch my drift. Please do check him out and share some love. And of course, welcome in all you lovely raiders to the living room. My name is Amadeus. I'm your host today. And we're here for 4 hours in total today to play some piano music. I'm also here Wednesdays for mixed music and Fridays for ambient vibes and electronic loops. So you get quite the mixed bag here. If you're up for that, we're happy to have you. Thanks for joining. It's singer-songwriter, pop rock, alternative, emo ballad, British, cup of tea musical genre. Okay, makes sense. Makes sense. Gary is a pop star. Yes, I would say so too. And a singer-songwriter star. And a pop rock star. Also an alternative star. Can we just agree he's amazing? Love Magic Sauce, by the way. Thank you so much for joining us. Thanks for your follow a bit earlier. Gary, is there anything I can play for you? Please let me know. I'd love to say thanks with a song, same as always. And anyone else as well. Usually we stop at 5 p.m, so in about 40 minutes with requests, but I think today we can do some more. So if you guys want to request something in case you're following and in case you enjoy this, you decide to reserve a seat, also feel free to request a song. Liam on Wine, welcome in chat. Mark was in there as well. Citrus Ghost. Gary requests an Oriental Impro. That is gonna be kind of an issue. Well, so I do have some songs that kind of sounds Oriental on the piano. So I'm gonna do those and then just try to expand on them a bit. Usually what I do with these Oriental Impro, same as the Viking Impro, etc., is doing loops, but on Mondays we are doing piano stuff only. So let's do those. I hope you enjoy them. Actually, we can just do a medley with a lot of songs that kind of sound Oriental, right? So here we go. That was the Oriental. Well, it was less an improvisation and more of a medley. It was namely 3 pieces that I played. One was called Welcome to Varant. One was called Welcome to Ishtar. Both of those were from the soundtrack of a video game called Gothic 3. And then we had Paul's theme from the Dune soundtrack composed by Hans Zimmer in the middle. So I hope that was more or less what you were hoping for. There we go, English. And again, thank you so much for sending over your folks and your lovely community to us. One thing that I have to, sadly, immediately let you know, folks, is that in about 2 minutes, there will be an ad break. Now, when you came in with the raid, you will probably have noticed that you didn't get any pre-roll ads. That's because we do this every hour. Those will be 3 minutes of ads, which kind of sucks, I know. But feel free to just mute yourself. We try to not do anything important during those 3 minutes. And then afterwards, you'll have taken one for the team and everyone else can enjoy the stream for an hour without ads. So thanks so much for understanding. In the meantime, feel free. You're invited yet again to request a song, same as our dear Gary just did. In case you find a song on there, please feel free to let me know and it will appear here in our queue. We have over 900 songs and most of them I think I can also play on the piano. Again, today is Monday, so on Monday we do piano only. On Wednesdays we mix it together. I also sing, rap, loop, etc. And on Fridays we try to concentrate on ambient vibes. That doesn't always work out for the full 4 hours, but you know, we're trying. At least that's the idea. So we're here 3 times a week at the moment. And in case you don't find a song to request, no worries. I'll find something I'll enjoy playing, so let's do it. And again, thanks so much. In case you're lurking, by the way, for the past 3 hours, thank you as well for that. You are appreciated no matter how loudly or quietly you enter the living room. It's good to have you folks. Bonus points to anyone who knows where this is from. Schnulf, I wanted to play something different, but immediately in my head there was like... well. Also, I'm just curious, Love Magic Sauce, how did you end up with that name? Oh, they're probably on the ad break, damn it. I have to ask again later. And Marlos, just let me know in chat. No worries, Schnuff. Your request has been noted as well. Also, Mom, have a good one. Didn't say thanks earlier. You gifted a sub to Gary. So kind. Yet again. Appreciate it. This song is so familiar, but I can't recall from where. I'm sorting out all the people with this song. It's actually from a porn movie from the 60s. No, I'm just kidding. This is from Guild Wars 2. Fear Not the Night. So I guess you played that one, Raina. I guess. Otherwise it sounds similar to something else. Raina Sage is actually my Guild Wars 2 character name. Amazing. Amazing. Join our guild. Nice. Have you been one of the OG people who played since like 2012 or something, or for how long have you been playing? In case you don't mind me asking. Just trying to do some conversation here. Also, there was another theme that plays in Lion's Arch that I always forget. How did that one go? I just heard it yesterday again. And I was like, wait. Ah, there we go, right. It was not the title melody, I think. Fear Not the Night was, I think, played at the end of the main game. Somewhere there's also a version where there's some singing. I think it played during the credits, but I'm not entirely sure. Missed the Guild Wars 2 boat. No, not too late to hop on about Sasula. I started in 2012 and it came out. I played it at release, or shortly after, until like level 40, and then I dropped it. And then I didn't pick it up again up until last year. And now I'm completely through with all the expansions, which is now, you know, where I spend my time when I'm not working on anything stream related. My sister met her fiance through Guild Wars 2. That's amazing, Raina. That's amazing. Actually, a few people I know have met, or at least got to know each other through gaming, which is amazing that you hear those stories more and more, right? So yeah, wait, so let me do this one. There we go. That was the beautiful Lion's Arch Reborn theme. I think they introduced that one when they remade Lion's Arch during the story. Well, anyways, Reina, thank you so much for the follow. Appreciate that. Glad we could catch you with the Guild Wars stuff. Play when the game first came out until the first live-in world. Stopped for years, picked it up back in 2020. All right, of course. Then stopped again when my guild imploded. Yeah, well, I guess long term, I'm mostly a casual player, so I never really took part in like huge guild events and raids and stuff like that. I mostly just run around. Like one of the things I do sometimes to calm down in the evening before I go to sleep is just for half an hour or so, just run around in a starting region, just following players and see what they're up to, you know, like that. I'm that kind of player. So we had a few requests though from people. We had the Last of Us intro for Marlis. Schnulf wanted to hear the German One Piece intro. And then we have Africa by Toto for Wookiee. All right. Homesick from work. I've been listening in while I rest. Nice. Take care and good resting. All right. So. Dun, 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 dun. Can't get it out of my head now. We wanted to play The Last of Us. There we go. That was the intro to The Last of Us. Thanks, Marlis, for suggesting that song in chat earlier. And also, Reina, I just realized I was so confused with your message saying, I'm homesick from work. And I was like, wait, you're at work and you're homesick? Are you like that far away? Like, are you in the army or something like that? I was so confused. No, you're home and you're sick, so feel better soon. Cookie Monster, welcome in. Do you do requests maybe? I actually do at the moment. In case you're a follower, you can check out the song list here and request a song from that list. All right, before we actually play Toto with Africa, We have one more unofficial request coming in from Schnulf earlier, so we're gonna play that one a bit earlier. No songs so you can like sight read. That will be a live learn, which we do for channel points exclusively, Cookie. So if you've been here for a while, you can request one or trigger a raffle and get the chance to maybe get one, or someone else gets one. But yeah, or if I ever feel like it randomly. Bearberry also welcome in chat and thank you for the lurk. Marlis, you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you so much for hanging out today. You've been here for the longest time, so appreciate it. Dun, 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 dun. All right, so German One Piece intro. After that, Toto. I just saw you like pop songs. Cookie, we have everything. We have over 900 songs on the song list, and I'm a classically trained pianist, so there's also some classical stuff on there that I have in my repertoire. Feel free to check it out. You can also sort by classical, actually. There's like this little Mozart icon. If you click on that, the songs will only give you classical songs. Especially from the Romantic era, actually, because there's like some Chopin there, some Mendelssohn, which is not really romantic, but it kind of drifts into that direction. So yeah. Dun, 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 dun. That was Die Legende, the legend, from the German One Piece intro from season 1 to, I don't know. Now on to Africa. Dun, 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 dun. I need to load the batteries for my keyboard. It's not working anymore. Da, 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 da. All right, of course, Ultimate Guitar is now broken. One day, it'll be okay. Dun, 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 dun. Where am I? I always get confused with the chords to this one till I get into the groove. Well, that was Toto with Africa. I hope, Wookie, you enjoyed this one. Thanks so much for the requests and thanks for listening today. Also, Cookie Monster, yeah, I'm glad you found a song and you also found one of my favorite ones. This one next to 48 number 1 is my favorite Chopin Nocturne, actually. So, hope you enjoy this. It's also, I think, the first classical request today. So that was Frédéric Chopin's Nocturne number 20 in C sharp minor, which was released after his death, actually. Can't tell you exactly why, if this piece was specifically composed for someone, or if he was just not happy with it yet, or still working on it. But yeah, it happens occasionally that after years and years, people find like pieces like that. So Cookie, thank you so much for requesting some classical music. It doesn't happen too often, and often it's like the nocturnes that a lot of people know, right? For example, Opus 9 number 2. That one gets requested. Some Satie, occasionally, you know. But yeah, I'm always glad when someone comes in and appreciates those as well, right? So thank you so much. I said it's the first time I heard it to the end. I see. Well, again, if you enjoy this one, don't know how like literate you are musically when it comes to this classical stuff. I'm not. I'm just asking because some people are. Some people are like walking dictionaries when it comes to like, oh, it was opus this number so and so, you know. But definitely give opus 48 number 1 a listen. I just know that one because I played it, right? Saying those always sounds like you played like every single one of them and you know which ones, but it's like someone says like my piece's title idea number 22 or work in progress number 5, you know. It's only the specifics. Bergmüller opus 109 number 13. Don't know that one. Now I'm intrigued. Let me see. 109 number 13. Oh, L'Orange. Interesting. Let's try. I never played any Bergmüller. First time I hear this name, so let's see. Okay, this is fast normally, so we don't really play it fast, I think. Where are we? We are... Is it down here or up here? Sometimes I get confused. It's down here. All right. Oh, wait. It's in B. All right. Ah, forgot that it was B again. Oh, that one is beautiful. All right, but it's faster, right? So, Creepermon, welcome in chat. All right, let's try it a bit faster. How fast is 152 though? I'm really bad at it. Guessing those myself. So let's see. Okay, it's quite fast. That can't be right. Cookie, is it that fast actually? Okay, it's actually that fast. Okay. Interesting though, because I really like it slow. I like a lot of things slow though. That sounded wrong. That's what she said. Jesus Christ. Okay, but it makes sense with Storm Lake. Really difficult to just randomly do because of the speed, right? But let's play it slow, just to get through. I'm very tempted to put this one on the song list. I really like it. We need to do like classical music or contemporary classical music that I don't know more often. So Cookie, thanks. Really appreciate the input. So I guess this guy has a lot of stuff. He did Opus 100. No, I'm also. Now I'm hooked. That's the problem. This happens occasionally. Hasn't in a while. Let's see what this is about. It's just general etudes, right? Nice. I never played these when I was still learning the piano because I was so easily bored by them, and nowadays I see the benefit in them finally. Nice. Definitely more interesting than the what was it that I had to do? The Hanan shit. I like this as well. Nice one. Anyways, let's step away from Berkmiller. I have to look into that a bit more because Barcode joined and has a request as well. We're stepping away from some classical music again and doing Every Breath You Take by The Police. And you know what? Now I want to do like... There we go, Barcode. This was Every Breath You Take. I also played it like normally because I didn't know if you were like, oh no, he's ruining my song. Why is it a tango now? Ah, well. But yeah, let me catch up with chat. Cookie said I'm working on number 3. Already did number 1 and 2. Nice. I can definitely tell, like, if you do those, that'll help you much more. Like, you know, I had a piano teacher who was very old school. So what I did was like, and I mean, the problem with Hanon is with these kind of exercises is it's also really helpful, but you really have to know what you're doing for them to be helpful. Whereas some other etudes, I feel like if you do them, you automatically learn a lot more, because otherwise you couldn't even play them. With these, you can do a lot wrong if you don't actively practice, and that was the problem. Hey, Yanni, so good to see you. Welcome in chat. Hope you had a wonderful weekend. What's the hardest song you can play? I hate that question, Cookie. Where are you from, if I may ask? And I'm not saying this to be like, oh, I hate people from Italy. They always ask me for that. You know, like, that's not why I'm asking, just to tell you, because you don't know me yet. I'm just interested because I had like multiple people from the US, from the States actually, come in and ask me on what level I was playing or what's the hardest thing. Like, that seems to be a thing there, that if you learn the piano at a music school, there's like certain levels you reach, and I don't know, like pieces are like categorized in levels. I never had that, so I was wondering where the question comes from. Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. Um, again, I'm not saying that in a judging way. I'm just curious, basically, where this mindset comes from, because it's so far away from what I'm used to, right? So I would say, to answer your question honestly, I would say it's very subjective what's difficult or what's hard to play, right? Do you mean technically difficult? And even with technique, do you mean like fast difficult? Do you mean like there's a lot to do difficult? Do you mean like difficult as in not difficult to learn, but difficult to actually play in a way that it sounds good or that you like it? There's so many factors, you know what I mean? For example, Rush E. Rush E for me is the epitome of this mindset, because Rush E for me is not. I mean, it's not a bad song or anything per se, right? But it's not a special song. It's just like a polka that goes like that. It has a very simple structure. All it does basically is showcase how fast you can play, and I don't see the benefit in that at all. You know, playing fast is like one of many skills, in my opinion, but definitely not at all the most important. It's just playing fast is the skill that people feel most impressed by, and you know, music shouldn't be played to impress. I said at least I don't request that. You know, you could request it. I don't care. Like, I'm just trying to get the point across that I feel like, even though I know this question doesn't come from a bad place or anything, right? I think it will create a bad place in your head if you think like that. If you go to see what's this level, what's that level, how can I get better? You know, music is not about that. It will ruin music in the long run for you, in my opinion, if you play like that. Like Through Fire and Flames from Dragon Force is also a mediocre song. I don't know about that, but like for example, Yeah, I get that, Cookie. So, for example, this is a piece that a lot of people, and I'm not going to play it perfectly, right? Because I haven't practiced it in a while. But this is a piece that a lot of people would say is probably a more difficult one, right? So that's the third movement of the Moonlight Sonata, right? Rushedly played. This is mostly technique. It's not. You still have to put some thought in it how to play it if you actually want to play it, right? It's not only playing fast and only technique. But this piece is considered to be one of the more difficult ones, right? Now, the following piece, in my opinion, is one of the most difficult ones for me personally that I ever practiced. Now, when I think of it, like how long it took me to get there, how long it took me to get it in my head, this was way more difficult than what you just heard, right? Wait, how do we start with this? I forgot this one as well. Give me 1 second. There we go. So I fucked that up completely, in my opinion, like from my point of view, right? But this piece is one of the most difficult things I ever had to practice. And again, I feel like difficult for a lot of people means technically difficult, like not a lot of people can play it, you know? And that already in itself is like we pay attention to the wrong things, you know, in my opinion. Again, like heavily depends on what interests you, right? But like if that's something you enjoy doing, yeah. But I would say a piece like Etude Opus 10 number 4 would be very difficult technically, if you agree. I've no idea like which composer, Chopin. The Chopin etudes in general are fucked up to practice. Everything by Liszt is fucked up to practice, and way more difficult to practice than to actually play, in my opinion. But yeah, again, like there's different things. I mean, obviously, there's like some stuff that has for ages now been kind of a thing to showcase stuff, right? Like it was the same 20, 30, 50 years ago when somebody played a Chopin etude very well. You still would go like, oh my God, this is amazing, right? Of course, but again, it's not all. Welcome back, Bearberry. This opened an interesting conversation of what difficulty means. I mean, what's the definition of the word? I would say, I'm having difficulty playing this. I'm having difficulty practicing this. So I think difficulty is something generally very subjective, first of all, or it can vary depending on who you are. Even though, of course, there's some things, like you take the norm, like someone who's never sat down at a piano, things that will fall easy to this person or to the majority of people, will probably consider being easy. And the less people can do it, I guess, even though they tried, the more difficult you would probably define it generally, right? But again, that's the thing. Of course, there is such a thing as this piece is more difficult to learn than that, right? The Moonlight Sonata is still in general more difficult to learn in general, or you have a higher technical entry point than, say, you know, I don't know, Twinkle Twinkle Little Star, you know? But you can probably just play fast arpeggios to non-pianists to impress them. You can even do that to pianists these days, because that's what a lot of YouTubers, a lot of people do. It's all about grabbing attention, you know. But that's a whole different conversation about how the internet and how we consume media has also, in my opinion, changed a lot how people listen to music these days, and that changes the music. But yeah, again, that's a whole different conversation. We would sit for another 2 hours. Baderhaus says, I don't care how hard something is to play if I'm listening. While playing, I tend to force myself to play difficult things for training purposes. Fair enough, fair enough. But then again, I would say you have a goal, right? You do want to improve. You do want to be able to do things that you can't do yet, so you're practicing, right? It's not about the things being difficult. It's about why they are difficult and if you want to master that or not, right? I mean, it's also difficult to do a backflip, but I never practiced that, you know? I can still walk, I can still run, I do other sports, but I can't do a backflip, so what? It's the same with piano music. Like, if you only play super chill, simplistic, minimalistic music and you enjoy that, and that's what you get out of playing the piano, why would you practice arpeggios? You never need those. You know, you don't need to practice backflips if you're driving a motorcycle. Played the flute many years ago, says Raina, and found the same thing. People were often more impressed by pieces that were played quickly rather than those that were difficult to do, things like breath control, dynamics, etc. Yeah, I never played the flute, but I can imagine, yeah. I would consider training a backflip if someone pays me for doing nice backflips. Fair enough, fair enough. But then again, you have a goal. It's not about the backflip being impressive. It's about you getting paid for doing the backflip. Also, Raina, now that you said that, there's probably noticed like the bookshelf in the background, right? One of my favorite books, fantasy books, is The Name of the Wind by Patrick Rothfuss. And the main character, next to being a magician, is also a musician, which is actually a big part of his personality in the books and some part of the plot. And at some point during those books, he takes two of his friends, of two students that he meets, and he goes to like this tavern that's just famous in this town for like having bards from all over the country. Like, everyone wants to play there, basically. And he goes up to the stage and first plays something where he looks super concentrated and he looks like it's really difficult to do. And he plays that, and the audience applauds, but the musicians in the audience are booing. And then he does sit back and just play some random thing. And just looks very chilly, you know, like looks around, even talks to people while he plays it. And like everyone is like, yeah, that was nice as well. The other one was cooler, but the musicians are all super hyped about it. And then he comes back to the table and his friends ask him, like, why did they boo at you? And he's like, well, it's kind of an inside joke between musicians. You know, the first thing is actually super easy to play, but I kind of look concentrated. I made a show, and that's what people hear. That's what make people or get people excited. And the other thing that I just casually played is actually super difficult, so it's even more difficult to play casually. And that's why the musicians clapped at that point, because It's kind of a showcase of that. And I really like that scene because it really do be like that. Like, you will see that a lot of times being a musician, especially a live musician, also means doing a show for people. And that's part of it. And it will influence how people see the music as well. No worries, Reina. In the end, it's just like he plays one piece casually that is difficult and one piece that is super super easy, but he plays it in a way that people think it is difficult because he makes it a show, you know. And I feel like that's very accurate, you know. Like you will often see pianists, and I'm not judging that, right? Everyone expresses themselves differently. But there's a lot of pianists sitting at the piano going like, you know. And no matter what they play, people will go like, oh, you can really feel the emotion. And then they sit down and go like, and again, it's performing. That's why there's a difference between a studio musician and a performing musician or a performing artist, because the performance is part of it. But it is part of it. You have to see that, you know, like. And with, you know, like the advent of like short-term content, like reels and stuff like that, you need to grab people's attention. So what do? You don't sit down and play a 3-minute intro before you slowly build up tension in your song, you know? No, you just slap them in the face with big chords in the beginning, grab their attention, and then slow down, you know? And that's why I say I feel like that has a huge impact on how we listen to music, and how I guess music also influences us, right? Because there's just a difference in sitting down and actually being like, all right, I'll at least take 10 minutes of my time to listen to this piece instead of going, you know, like next reel. Oh, that's impressive. Oh, there's so much emotion. Like next, you know. But yeah, anyways, that was my 2 cents about performing. And again, no judgment in either of those things. It's just a difference, I guess, and I'm still used to listening music to in a different way. Doesn't make the other thing necessarily bad per se, I guess. But to sum it up, that's why when someone asks what's the most difficult piece to play, I always go back to this one. Because, by the way, just because I didn't say that earlier, the thing about this piece that's so difficult for me is you have basically 4 different voices, and you also need to make all 4 of them sound independent from each other, even though you just have 2 hands, right? You have like the bass, then you have the walking bass, that you can only use your thumb for, so it can't be too loud. Then you have like some big chords where you just need to jump, which makes it even more difficult for the thumb to be played silently. And then you have like this part, and then you have the melody just played with the last 2 fingers of that hand. And to play all of those and then do the pedal as well. Jesus Christ. Anyways, Rainer says, on a completely unrelated note, since you play some video game music, if you haven't already heard, Clairobscur Expedition 33 is a new game with a beautiful soundtrack. I heard about that. A lot of people asked me already about Clairobscur. Haven't played much from that. Also, by the way, let's close the song list. We're going a bit overtime today, if you don't mind, folks. Just feel like it. And also, who was it? Bearberry. you requested Thunderstruck earlier. We still got to do that. But yeah, I haven't played much from that thing. I think Lumiere we played at one point, but let's see what we can do with this. All right. Bum, bum, bum. One day we'll do it a bit more. And was a lifeline in the past? Oh, was that one from you, Schnulf? You can skip it if you try it or have other things to do. No worries, Bearberry. I don't actually. That's why. Since we had to cancel so many streams, why not also do the opposite and use the momentum if I feel like it, right? Let's try it. Let's see how far we get. There's some more to the piece, but let's leave it that for the cover. Great song. Tekka, yeah, I think so too. I think we did play. Wait, how many songs was in the song list? 18, so it was probably more like 25 or so. Or a few more. But I mean, we've been here for 4 hours, so. Should be much more if we weren't talking so much. And no worry, Taka. You don't have to. You don't have to. You do it often enough, and I'm really grateful for the help. But we don't have to have all the things in there, right? We do be loose like that with the rules. With our own rules. In the end, all that counts is that we're having a good time here together, right? No matter if the song is up here or not. Now let me think. What else could we play? What didn't we? Oh, we haven't played Dark Tranquility in a while. I don't know if I can still, because it's been a while. But let's do it. Let's do it. It says all time you played 17,000. I never checked on that. Is that true? We played 17,050 songs in the past 5 years. How many songs is that per year? That's like 3,000 something. 3,400 a year. That is a lot of songs. And then it's not all of them, right? 66 per week. The devil's number. 66 songs per week. Huh. It's like 8 or 9 songs played per day. 7 days a week. For 5 years. Jesus, that sounds like a lot. I mean, it makes sense if you know, count it like that. But just hearing you played these things 17,000 times sounds insane, Bearberry. Insanity is the right word there. That Jesus was deserved. Actually, let's play. There's one thing we haven't done today, and that is played some originals. So let's try and do that. To those of you who haven't been here in a while or haven't been here in general, since we have a lot of new folks coming in today, the following pieces that you're gonna hear are original improvisations from my latest album Adrift that came out in January. We're currently in the process of writing down the sheet music for that because I didn't compose these pieces, I improvised them, which means I have no idea how to play them again myself. So I'm doing this as much for me as I am for anyone who's interested in learning them. We have 2 down and the third is well on its way. And yeah, I'm gonna play the first 2 of those. It's also the first 2 pieces from the album, so if you enjoy it, exclamation mark Adrift in chat, we'll give you a link to the album. Alrighty, let's do it. I think that's a nice thing, and as you can see, we're also doing it handwritten. Old school. So this first piece is called Discovery. Also, I need to change the piano sound for that one because we recorded it with a different sound. And since it's improvised, it relies a lot on that, in my opinion. So let's go. Oh god, this part again. There we go. Always struggling with the same part. That was Discovery. And Cookie, no, the sheet music is not online yet. I'm writing down the whole album first, and then we're gonna release it as a whole sheet book, basically. This next one is called Careful Steps. All right, so those were 2 of the 11, 13? How many pieces were there on Adrift? I think 11. So I hope you enjoyed those. Again, the sheet music is coming somewhere in the future, and still have to digitalize them as well once we've written them down, but we're well on our way. Cookie, you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thank you so much for joining us, and hope to see you soon again. Dun, 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 dun. All right. I kind of feel like some Elder Scrolls music. We play a lot of Skyrim music, a lot of Morrowind music lately, but this is just a piece that I can always come back to and kind of find peace in. Even though, and I have to add that these days, I'm kind of pissed at Jeremy Soule for kind of ruining his music for me. But well, what can you do? We also listen to classical music, right? And those people were assholes. Through and through. So I hope you enjoy this. This is a medley consisting of different songs composed by Jeremy Soule, but for different projects of the Elder Scrolls series. Starting with Morrowind, there's 1 or 2 pieces from Oblivion in there, and then a lot of stuff from Skyrim. Hope you enjoy, folks. This is probably also slowly us heading in towards the end of the streams. So yeah. But dead assholes who don't benefit anymore. Fair enough. Fair enough. Even though oftentimes other people are still profiting from it who are assholes. So difficult, but fair enough. Fair enough. Difficult it is. I feel like I guess the difference for me is if I feel like I'm contributing to that apart from the music, maybe. But yeah, that's a whole different discussion again. But that would be maybe something you and Lily can discuss sometime. If you haven't already, probably. I mean, it's such an obvious thing, right? Yeah, exactly. I feel like nobody's gonna buy a CD by Jeremy Soule just because I play his music on stream, right? People probably know the music from there, or they don't. Although same thing could be said about playing Rammstein, you know? I don't really feel like if I'm playing Rammstein, I'm having a huge impact on their income or not. But with Rammstein, I feel weird playing them by now. So, in the end, it's also personal, I guess. Well, anyways, here we go. That was a misclick. That concludes our medley with different themes, melodies from the Elder Scrolls series. Elder Scrolls 3 Morrowind, 4 Oblivion, and 5 Skyrim. Hope you enjoyed this one. Thanks for listening, folks. We are almost 40 minutes over time already. So I think, slowly but surely, we need to think about who we are raiding later. A few things being said at this point. First of all, thank you so much for listening today. Thanks for coming here, for spending some time with us in the living room, and thank you as well in case you came in here with Gary's raid earlier and you decided to stay and listen for a while. If you enjoyed the stream, feel free to come back soon. We are currently live 3 times a week. Monday with piano stuff. Wednesday, you'll also hear me sing. You'll also hear me rap. You'll also hear me loop, do orchestral stuff. Everything goes on Wednesdays. It's a wild mix to distract us from us only having made half of the week. And then on Fridays, we relax together with some ambient electronic vibes and stuff like that. I occasionally post my schedule on my socials, mostly on Instagram and Discord. Oftentimes, I also forget. I'm notorious for forgetting these kind of things and being terrible at organization. However, most of the times, you'll know when to find me and where to find me. What else is there to say? A huge thanks to Taka for being here today as a mod, helping out in chat whenever she could. Much appreciated, Taka. You know how much you and the rest of the mod team help out here, and how much you are appreciated by both me and the community. What else is there to say this week? Normal schedule. Right, to those of you who haven't been here before, I am doing this full-time since last year November, and I'm currently still in the progress of building this up slowly. So if you are able to support me in whichever way possible, by just listening, by telling some friends about the stream, or even financially, if you have a little bit left at the end of the month, please feel free to check out my Ko-fi. As you can see here, this is more or less just something, how do you say, like a stepping stone or whatever. Most of what you are able to give will go towards me being able to pay my rent, my social security, and everything else currently. But if we hit certain goals, I also want to give a little bit back right next to just the regular streams. So we are working on getting some music videos for our latest album at the moment, and eventually releasing an additional EP with a few songs. So yeah, thank you in case you are considering this. We'll be raiding out today to the wonderful Sunny. Sunny, she's never heard that one before. Sunny is a streamer from Finland, and she has an amazing voice, very kind person. She's been raiding here continuously to support the stream, so I want to be, normally she doesn't stream my times. I'm making sure she doesn't go offline. No, she just went live. All right, so we can head over there. Once we are over there, please feel free to copy the raid call Taka posted in chat. Thanks, by the way, Taka, for being so active right now in chat and doing all the commands. Appreciate it. Yeah, make some noise, copy the raid call if you want to. And we'll be back, or we'll see each other again on Wednesday. Now, there's a few people I have to thank additionally. Yanni, you have a wonderful rest of your day. Thanks for listening. Thanks for listening. The people are already supporting me on a monthly basis on Ko-fi, where you can also get like some tiers, some additional goodies like piano improvisations, piano lessons and stuff like that. Are mentioned here on stream, so let me praise those names. Thank you so much to Athos, Kavinius, Doranica, Fisherlicious, Frankie, Jew, Clara, Lisa, Lord Brezo, Mamela, Mograph, Mr. Bala, Mr. Size, Rob, Silver, Xanab, and Joji-san. All of you are making this possible at the moment, and supporting me. Thank you so much for that. All right. And with that, I'd say let's do one last piece. This is the starting chord to a song by All J, isn't it? Folks, we're heading out. Thank you again so much. You are all amazing. Thanks Mark, thanks Turka, Reina, thanks for joining today. Badehouse, by the way, and I forgot to say that, amazing streamer himself, had a huge influence on how I stream and how I tackle this whole thing, which ultimately led to me doing this full time. He's also a full-time musician, so please check him out. Wonderful, wonderful streams. Now I sound like Trump, like wonderful, wonderful streams. They're the best. Not what I wanted to say. But they are the best. They are the best. Super chill. What does it say about this guy when the way I talk sometimes, because I'm not a native speaker, is similar to him? Thank you, Axe. And cheers to Sue as well.